No way. Did I figure that out? Did I do that? No way. Did I figure that out? Did I do that? No. Okay. Well, the silent part of the stream is over. I figured out how to use the microphone. Welcome back to the Awkward Performance YouTube channel, live stream, whatever. I'm using peer pressure to get me to finish this stuff up here. And I still don't have two monitors. I have one large monitor, so I'm like doing this reduced window thing. So if you see me like doing this a lot, it's because I'm squinting to see the screen here on Fusion 360. Or I guess Fusion, as it's called now. Somehow they took the 360 away. Still does the 360 thing, though. More bad jokes to come. Let's see. Get this. About like that. Okay. So what I have is apparently some errors. Oh no, they were partially skipped. How terrible. So what I have here is most of the OP20 done. At least all the fun, hard stuff. And then hopefully this thing, cool. We got no stock to process. I left this thing on all night long, so all the in-process stock would for sure be done. Whatever. So I can go and give a quick machine sim, kind of show you where everything's at. So we'll start off with that. And then this is pretty much where I have the intake ports. So very happy with that. I think the whole runtime right now for the second op is 7 hours. That's probably realistically closer to 8.5 hours. But it's kind of fun to watch this thing run the simulation. I can kind of talk through and get people up to speed. So in the meantime, we've got a lot of long reach stuff. Been buying end mill holders to go and reach down. Hopefully this will get the little O-ring groove that's kind of inside. We'll use the hourglass to point here. There's a small drill, and that O-ring kind of travels on the pattern. And I have to reach in kind of from this axis to get it. So that'll be something. There we go. So Fusion's got a pretty decent machine sim. You look down in the corner here where it says verification. It's looking through all of the toolpath and trying to find where exactly there's crashes or shank rubbing or issues with your toolpath. The machine model that this is programmed with, it'll pop up with a number of issues, mainly because it's got the air injection block on the machine head. I think most people wind up taking that off. The one I may get access to doesn't have that block, so I will be ignoring a plethora of warnings, errors, issues, and everything else that Fusion 360 finds wrong with it. And that, of course, takes a little bit to do. So it's going to play nice. Let's see if we can get this to actually do its thing. So we can do the hard way where you can look through the window. I like to imagine fogging the window while watching. But for seeing more details, it's better to turn that off. So initially, the second toolpath here that you'll see in a sec, I initially had, but I left a thin feature. So I'm rocking the table over and milling off that problematic thin part. So then we got a little bit of air cutting here, but I'm not too worried about it. This is scooting along, I think, at 200 inches a minute. Yeah. And that can most likely go faster. But I'd rather be safe than sorry on this one. This pass is an adaptive to kind of clearance out a lot of the weird stuff. I usually try to stay away from adaptives as much as possible, but in this case, it actually fills a great need. You can do more simple roughing passes on contour passes to clear stuff out. And this is the other strong spot of an adaptive is I have kind of an organic feature that we're cutting down into. You can kind of see the stock from the OP10 right there. So this is currently making it to where it can actually flow air and or coolant and chips at this point. I've done this before on other cylinder heads, but you have to be, it takes quite a while because every layer or every distance down, you have to cut or dry a proper profile and send the tool around there and make sure it doesn't gouge in the simulation. But you can't get as close to a uniform finish for your finish cutters to come in and do their thing. So you end up cutting slower. That's what adaptive is quite nice for. So clearancing out the exhaust push rod slots, should be able to get a decent visual of the initial cut in on the entry side of the intake port. More finish work. I think this takes care of most of the flat stuff after most of the roughing is done. Yep. So that brings it to the final surface. And then I am finishing with a little bit of tilt to the wall. Just trying to make sure that these are nice and smooth because they provide some oil drain back, and then also potentially running a very large push rod if need be. Okay, here's one of the $1,200 tool assemblies I've had to buy. But this is a carbide shank with a replaceable tip. But very long stick out. It's supposed to be a nice rigid tool. We'll see how bad it screams in the machine. I hope it performs well. But it will enable kind of the deep roughing and making the blending nice from the OP20 approach. I at least got up around the short turn radius to a reasonable distance, and you got to be able to reach in, all the way through here to then finish that port out. Welcome, guys. Hi, James. Thank you for the support. I'm the first fire up on these things. It's killing me. I hope I shouldn't maybe look forward to these things, but I hope to have idle problems. I hope the chamber's reactive enough to where it makes it difficult to get a reasonable idle. I think they'll perform well everywhere else. Guess that always depends on the intake. And then Jeff, right now I'm using so this tool specifically, it's like the ISCAR Multi-Master 1 degree taper. I don't know, the thing's like $1,100. The tool holder's another 200 or something, but that's got a 1/2 inch, I think about a 1/2 inch length of cut, 1/2 inch diameter, 60 thou corner radius insert. But they make like rougher inserts and all kinds of ball inserts that thread into that system, and it's pretty slick. So if you gall one up or wear one out, you can change out just the tip, and it saves you all that carbide. The finishing tool that'll come in and do the rest of it, I have some steel cutters, and we'll see how they do. I've had mixed luck on using steel cutters with they're steel ball end mills, but they're typically for mold work. And as long as you don't load them up hard, they tend to cut, and the graded carbide tends to wear less. So I get more uniform finish and better tool life. I know that they quote unquote instantly dull, but once they kind of take their set, they seem to live a long time, and the core of the tool is so much stronger. They tend not to break, and they tend not to chatter as much, and that's what I've always found to be a bigger issue. The ECU, so the first fire up with this will probably not have an ECU. It may, I know there's all kinds of different stuff, but just from, YouTube mechanic research. Fuel Tech or Holley is probably going to be one of the two. But I may go mechanical injection on this, like a sprint car setup, because ultimately this thing will be going into like a time attack sprint car project car to help draw attention to it. So that's what I'm going to be using there. So I got to figure out a magneto or some kind of front distributor drive. Not against port injection and the EFI stuff, but I may fire up an unknown set of heads on the system that I know how to tune best. That's typically mechanical injection. One of those with a air fuel gauge, and it's pretty hard to mess it up. I have a LS1, LS6 GM replacement block this will be going on. I have an L8T crank. It's in the corner. It's kind of heavy. I'm not going to pick it up and show it off. It's one of the, I think it's Pit Stop USA or Skogan and Dickies, but the bore and stroke come out to like 368 or 369 cubic inches. So once the heads are made, I'll have probably CP or Justin Arias over there make me some pistons, because I think getting this thing to about 13.5 to 1 naturally aspirated will be pretty fun to listen to. And the camshaft, it's designed initially to be about a 4,000 to 8,000 RPM, higher RPM, sustained RPM camshaft. So we got the ramp slowed down a little bit. And I think we're only lifting the valves like just over half an inch or right at half an inch. No reason to open them more when you got more airflow than you know what to do with. So what I want is to kind of pound the ground at an idle and sound kind of like that sprint car engine, circle track, aggressive camshaft, and then be able to rev out, 7,500, 8,500 RPM if need be. That's just more for sound. Should sound good up there. And Jeff, this is that finish tool. I think it's a YG brand. And I have the tool a tick oversized from what its dimensions are. So any collisions or issues in the cam, if it's like 5 or 10 thousandths of shank rubbing, it should actually not hit the shank at all. The cutter profile is all modeled 1-to-1. But as you can see, I have to approach this from a number of different directions. So that's, if you walk up to the mill window, this table is going to be articulating around quite a bit. And I think on the first and second operation window, I've had to tune the cutter length, how high it is in the holder, because I have about half an inch to an inch to either over traveling or over traveling in the negative direction on the Z spindle. So this has been a challenge to program. Let's see here. Love to see it. The drag style set up with a bunch of boost. That's hopefully the plan. That's what these are really built for. Yeah, and that's exactly the goal, is being able to test this in a higher boost situation. There's plenty of room for dry decking them and putting the fire hoops in. Copper head gasket, they're kind of made to be at max effort. You can dry deck these things and probably push another 1,000 out of it. It's always kind of fun to be able to show up with not $100,000 engine and be able to compete with, the pro line engines, basically, or the maybe not Pro line, but the Pro Mod engines. KC Max. Ryan Mitchell. I'll have to follow up who that is. So you can see the status bar on here. All of this from there, I believe, to pretty much right to the end. That's all the ball and mill passes and all the different angles I have to approach the port. Once I get done with some expenditures, I may pay Fusion for the machining extension to where I can use the 4th and the 5th axis live and maybe get some articulation out of it. I think that would be a worthy upgrade, but they want $1,500 for it, and I still got tools to buy. You see the guy with the black Firebird running the compressed air? Venom 427. Stage. What do you mean stage, sir? I'm working my butt off programming them, trying to get them made. That's about the stage I'm at. Okay. Yeah, that car is flat impressive. I'm glad to see that technology coming back. One of my dad's friends and mentors and surrogate grandfather of mine, Tony Capana, I believe he was playing with that back in the day. I don't know where he got the valving technology from, because like you don't get that big of a regulator for, and I don't know if he was doing compressed air or pure oxygen. He may have been mixing his own, but I know he had that set up, and it got kicked out of the drag strip pretty quick because having cylinders full of nitrogen and oxygen moving at 200 miles an hour, the NHRA didn't think that was very funny. But that was way back in the day. I'm glad to see the tech back. The fact that he's doing it with compressed air is impressive. See if I can make this go any faster, because it just kind of wiggles around. Or if it'll glitch out. Process of development. So the development on this stuff never really ends. You have to draw the line in the sand somewhere. So my last 3D print of the current ports, this was a rough 3D print. I took Ford 4.6 valves and chopped them down, and all ugly stuff. No valve job on the 3D print. These things flowed just about 300 CFM at 300 lift and 380 CFM at 650 lift. And then the exhaust starts off with about a 70% flow percentage and drops to a 60 because the intakes just flat out run it. But they're about 250 on the exhaust with the valves at 600, 650 lift. That should improve from proper valve job, final valves in the heads, not a plaster in Paris filled 3D print. Who knows the distortion and shape. That clip's on my Instagram, and so you can kind of see me playing with the string. And port had a little bit of a wobble, but I had no bell mouth on the nose of the port or ports. And I was pretty pleased with, if you bring the string up to the top half of the port, it goes and flows off the backside of the valve. And if you drop it below, it would then roll itself around to the short turn radius. So each of the ports flow like a single port, like LS or small block Chevy, as they're supposed to where you're splitting up the airflow about the guide and the cross section of the bowl and the curtain area. So the development there, I'm going to call it right there. If people want to port and grind on these things, there's some sensitive areas where not to. It's pretty obvious where the head bolts are close, but there's tons of gains to be had. And I welcome anyone, as I get going here, to port them and find more. If you're willing to share back, I'd love to hear it. Here we go. Stock and shaft. So what's cool with this is I can click here and it will tell me, hey, you're being an idiot and you're going to crash your mill right there. So this custom tool, I have to make sure that that's less than the 1/4 inch. So maybe that's something I can update today. And then the rest of it is that air injection block running into stuff. If that was the reality of the case, that would be bad news bears. So that's the simulation. And the stock, for the most part, how that pops out looking is, turn the machine on for right now so you can see better. Each of the different colors is each different operation. So it looks like someone blew up a paint mixer, but that gets everything ported, and each of these ports are the same. There's probably an advantage by porting this port slightly different than that port, because they do come in at just a tick of an off angle. So for ease of manufacturing, in port development right now, I made them all the same and just kept reducing it. Once I got my numbers on the flow bench, I was like, okay, this is flowing way more than I had hoped, or like in the range. So I know from development to total refinement, I'm pretty much there. Probably the thing I'm least happy about is having to leave this bump on the spark plugs. And I could have shallowed this out because you got your valve seat here, and I could have done like every other 4-valve head and slumped the bowl side back a little bit. But I'd much rather have that volume there and get the flow kind of more up on the port wall, and let it follow out to like any factory header size. So that's kind of where the development's at. I'm very confident in the valve train. Did some simulation stuff. I think I shared that in the last video. Guess I could open that up just to go and show where that's at real quick, because it's kind of fun to look at. They'll probably want to exit the simulation while verification was in process. Yes. Get all mad at me, software. Pretty much developed a relationship at this point. But development-wise, I think I have to draw the valve cover for on the drawing side of the stuff. Intake manifold's still a variable. We got a number of different solutions for that. And yeah, pretty happy with the rest of everything else. So let's see here. See if it'll bring up the simulation. And in time less than an hour. So this static stress has, from what I remember, I think I have 1,000 pounds, and this is in the overload crap going wrong category. I have 2,000 pounds pushing on the push rod adjuster, and then 1,000 pounds over each of the rollers through those shafts into the aluminum body. Hopefully this rocker arm never sees that much force. I can see having 400 pounds over the nose of spring pressure, but when this is opening into boost pressure, that could definitely spike some force. Let me see here. Okay, let's see. Load case, loads. Okay, so I got 2,000 pounds there. Yep, and then 1,000 pounds there. The arrow represents the vector. This one is interfacing with this surface here where the threads will be. And so I don't know if it kept the results or not, but let's see if it did or if it has to recalc them. Yeah, it's going to want to recalc them. Sometimes it goes pretty quick here. But it's given me the confidence that this thing will tolerate, 9 or 10,000 RPM with very little issue. So, pardon me. This is displacement. So with this having 2,000 pounds, which God forbid it ever does, and then this each having 1,000 pounds of load, and the stress that has to go through kind of this helical structure, the most distortion that this is seeing is about 6 thousandths of an inch. So not very much. So the color gradient isn't hot spots on this particular study. It is how far away it is from its original shape. So if I click these two buttons here, this shows the accurate exact deformation versus no deformation. So you can see very little movement there. And then this is like a 10x of what it wants to be. And obviously that wouldn't work necessarily. But it's to show you kind of where the force is really going in this. So your stress, von Mises, with it being super, super overkill loaded, there's only a couple of hot spots of it wanting to tear this material away right there. Sorry, every time I point with the mouse. Can you even see the mouse on this? Should be. Those yellow spots there, that's got so much meat behind it, I'm not really worried about that. And then you're getting a little bit of concentration here under the fingers, and that's always the weak spot. But this has got so much more meat than normal rocker arms under here. I'm really not worried about that. Because if the red's getting up in the 29,000 range, you really want to keep that below 20, 21,000. But again, that's got 1,000 pounds on them each. So very rarely are you going to have either that much cylinder pressure or something out of phase and it's slamming together with a lot of weight and inertia behind it. So that gives me great confidence that these are actually going to tolerate the abuse that they are designed to do. The awesome part with this is I had a much bulkier design, worrying about the stresses, and so much of the stuff came back blue that I realized that it's just dead weight, and that's going to kill RPM. I wanted kind of the whole thing to be more uniformly stressed. This design, where it kind of puts each finger on its own merit from one side to the other, even though you're driven here, it puts this through stress to go and drive this, and turns out that was probably the right call. That way, you get the advantage of cracking this exhaust valve open into cylinder pressure, and one little 1.3 inch valve into cylinder pressure. It makes it a lot less force to crack that than trying to crack two valves, or like say with the big block, you're trying to crack a 1.8 inch valve into that cylinder pressure. It's a lot less force on the cam, roller lifter, and all that. Material of the rocker, they'll either be 7075 T6 aluminum or 7050. Not much difference between the two. One's a lot more stress corrosion proof. If I have my druthers, they'll be 7050. I wanted to make sure to keep this light. And then two, making something like this out of aluminum, it's challenging, but very doable. Making something like this out of steel or stainless, that's another order of magnitude of difficulty. And I'm worried about being able to produce these. I have to produce 8 of these per cylinder head, as well as the intake rockers, which luckily have a lot less force going through them. Everything else here, we got reaction force. It's kind of interesting to look at. Actually, I don't think I have this test set up correctly for that. And then you got strain. And the strain looks very equivalent to the stress. So you don't have weird spots in one area and then having other forces appear in other areas. So everything seems to be fairly uniform, and that's given me quite a bit more confidence in the ability of these to take RPM and not have to scare away from spring pressure and scare away from lift. And this is kind of a more modern look. Intake rocker is going to go more on a diet, and I'll probably wind up doing the simulation test on that as well. But luckily, it's a much simpler rocker arm. Well, thank you, Jeff. Gotcha. Are you still repairing CNC machines? I bet. Ship you all over the country, right? let's clear that. Now I need to drill those out. $250. Probably want to drill in here for that. Gotcha. Yeah. Probably rare to have all 48 machines functional at the same time, right? See if this one will reach. That should make it. Yeah, that sounds pretty brutal. My day job is starting to get that way. I think I did about a 70-hour a week last week. But we're spooling up to do shift work, and some things may never end, which is not a bad thing. I'd rather be busy than not. Okay, that will clear. Okay. that. Six, 50 thou deep. Yep. Okay. .760 in diameter. Let's see. More Chinesium ER11 Amazon special long reach tools. 630, 640. Okay, so if it's 650, that should be safe. Those threads go awful. You get what you pay for. I think I am out of tool holder. 18. do we want to do for that? Four inches should work. Height 4 inches, upper diameter. Again, this is 642. Let's say it's 660. Lower diameter 660. Sometimes I don't understand Fusion's display. It doesn't make much sense. So holder. I guess if I tell it the shoulder length's also 0.8. Overall length is 2 inches. Gauge length to be determined. Holder 16. Probably be near 32. So that would be that without the shaft. Height 4 inches. Upper diameter 660. 660. Cutter. Guess like below shoulder. 8. How did this come up on your feed? I have no idea. But we're here programming 4 valve per cylinder LS heads. So if you're an engine head, you got nothing better to do. Hang out. Making cylinder heads out of billet. Flute length. Overall length. I guess I have to include the shaft. Jokes aside. Shaft diameter 0.66. But just define the whole thing here. I guess I do. Okay. Delete that. Okay, that actually represents the tool. Holder, we're good there. Spindle speed. Probably go 6,000. Sticking out there quite a ways. That's optimistic. Ramp feed rate 10.1. Plunge feed rate 11. Don't plunge your end mills. See everything on tool 19. Okay. tool orientation. Going there. Yep. Contour pass. I think I can just select. So bottom extends there. Bottom there. Arrows on the correct side. Bottom is there. Selection. Screw it. Go top there. Probably want some step downs. Multiple depths. Go with the 8th. 7 hours. Who cares? Final, yeah, sure. Cool. Don't care. I guess I could ramp. So I close contour though. Let's see if I just do this. Okay, that looks like that'll clear. So we're waiting for the stock to process. This is one of the features I hope to change in the future. stoked with it, but it's kind of the only way I could do it. We got these two holes, intake plate that go up to a common reservoir that sits up here. That takes the water from here up into it and gives it a ultimate high spot in the cylinder head so that you can actually purge and get all the air out of the water pockets, the water jets that way. The AN plug goes back on top of that, so you can change that quick rate. The O-ring boss, so it'll be serviceable and quality. Right down to either that hole or that hole, depending on which side. Which side is the front of the engine, and so that returns the water from steam ports down and directly into there. And yeah, not my favorite deal, but pretty confident that it'll work. That's not what I wanted. Is so that's that hole that'll get drilled, half from this side, half from that side. And it's kind of an interesting piece. So the water will come out in between the intake ports. That gets an angled hole up to next with that right there, and then that can be brought back down. I'm trying to figure out the reason why I went with 1/8" drills, and I think it's because it gets in the way of the port. Yeah, it just starts getting close. Oh, that's why. I have these bolts to help tie and seal up that intake plate to the cylinder head, and I can't run a fatter drill hole through there without them interfering. So right there, that's cutting it about as close as you ever want to, but this assures that you have excellent clamping all the way around. That way you don't have any boost leaks or intake leaks. So this will be one of the next parts to program. And there's your see what diameters I go with. So that's a 600 thousandths hole, so made for a 1/2" push rod. The exhausts are clearance for like a tapered 9/16. Why is it giving me a pop-up? Fail to generate in-process stock, but then it doesn't. So if I go F7, hide tool paths. That looks about right. So now we got to come down with a long reach end mill. Clean this surface up. Looks like with a long 1/2 inch. And I can't use my long tapered ones because the tapered ones will hit. Boom. That's what? 1, 2.5. What is the stick out necessary? Be a little bit better than 3 1/16. Tighten that up. Flute length overall doesn't tell me. It's the overall length of the end mill. That's not what I'm looking for. And it needs to be square. That is car one. Use neck and chin. Nope. But can't use the long flat. Okay, that's looking promising. 439. Started this so long ago, I can't even remember the cutters I have in it. Like below holder, that far. 3.5. That'll do. 439 is my guy. Let's see here, see if pocket will work. $1,000. $20. Like this. Well, let's see what that does. Boom, boom, boom. Step over. Be real gentle with this one. Stock to leave. None. Go right to finish. Multiple passes. 50 thou. Good enough. Sorry, I had to go cool off. It's like 90 degrees in my shop right now. Not very cold. Okay. What is going on? Programming billet, 4 valve per cylinder heads to run on CNC machines. That is what is going on. Morning. It's terribly boring. But I'm coming to the end, and we're almost there. Guess I got to drill that one. Couldn't drill that. That's low-hanging fruit. 375. I bet you I got a 375 drill. Just like that. 2000, 12, 40, whatever. Okay, faces. I can actually use the faces on this one. How? That one. That one. Full bottom. Yeah, I guess that'll work. Punch through 200. Full top. There we go. Deep drilling, because I'm a wuss when it comes to drilling. Oh my god. Something about 90-degree heat you can kind of withstand. You can also withstand like really laggy software, but both of them together, freaking terrible. What are you going to put these on? So these are for LS engines. What's pretty cool is this kind of design. Head bolt pattern can be easily compared to LT engines. Your direct injection, back to port injection. There's no room for direct injection. You can get a direct injector spark plug combo. I think that'd be pretty cool. I don't know if it exists yet. But then the other thing is this pattern is so close to small block Ford that they can fit on 5.0 and 351, 302, and to be determined on Cleveland heads. You'll have to switch the camshaft because the lobe's got to switch spots to exhaust. And currently working on making this design as it is more or less a modular design to fit on, that's not a shot here, but working on making it fit onto Dodge Viper. Obviously, I will have to increase the number of cylinders on the cylinder head. Let's see. No. There we go. So working on, that's a Dodge Viper block. These are not the final ports, but this was more or less a trial fit. Why am I showing you a picture? I can just open the CAD file. But goal of the project is to have cylinder heads for sale, so that, and they won't be cheap, but my sale price goal is like $7,000 per assembled cylinder heads for an engine's worth, right? So you get a pair, valve covers, rockers, valves, springs, cylinder head for about $7,000. And what they're capable of doing is making the 1,000 to like 3,000 horsepower category for the drag and drive or all-out event stuff much more reasonable, to where you can make that amount of power and have your engine last longer. Until I guess they get rules written against them or whatever. But I guess they'll cross that road when we get there. So this is, let's see here. It's been a moment since I've been on component. Oh. So as you can see, a little bit of drying goes into this stuff. But there's your like preliminary ports for a Dodge Viper. Just look in the face blue. So they're pretty much straight in. It's almost the same as the LS, except for the ports kind of run in from the left to the center, as opposed to the right to the center. Exhaust ports will be a little bit different. Figured if you can afford these, you can afford some custom exhaust. And it'll have a lot of the same rocker valve train along with it. But there's a long ways to go for drawing the water jacketing and all the other business that's going to go along with these. So plan on doing that, as well as doing small block Chevrolet. And trying to build a business out of this. That's my main goal. I really enjoy drawing this stuff up and reverse engineering, going to junkyards or Facebook Marketplace and getting engines and reverse engineering them, and being able to make, not having to deal with a casting house, not having to deal with all this other, the traditional ways of doing cylinder heads. Having the material truck show up with certified billet and other raw materials go in the shop, do what we do, and we kick out a superior product. That's the goal. It's not screwing around on the airflow side, not screwing around on the quality side. Everything's going to be like top fuel level billet quality. How can I do that? I'm an aerospace engineer, machinist guy kind of deal. I work in that area. Been machining stuff for 23, 24 years, and since I've been in high school, I've been trying to figure out how to make cylinder heads work in that environment. So that's kind of the back history on a lot of this stuff. But that's what these are for, is to make some freaking horsepower. Okay, lock that. Protect. Trained V10 would be cool. Problem is they went overhead cam. You ain't got no cam tunnel in the block. They went with the inferior overhead cam stuff, and I think those boys from Michigan, Build It Yourself, done a fantastic job on taking like the Cobra or the Navigator heads and grafting them in to that engine. That thing turned out awesome. Yeah, I'm hoping I make decent money with $7,000 sale price. given machine time is what I estimate it to be. And I'm trying to keep the price down because I much prefer volume and proliferation than trying to have a really high-end product that not a lot of people can get their hands on and give me some feedback on. You know, a lot of this is building community, and it's you know, the aftermarket doesn't survive unless there's a community of racers. That's just the bottom line. I'm trying to make damn sure that everything I'm doing is made in USA. Yeah, but you have to weld 4 heads together. It's doable. Go to Harbor Freight, buy a TIG welder, probably the water-cooled one, mind you. Get a bandsaw and some basic machinery. You can do it too. Have you seen the Pete Ardema and I forget the other guy's name. His last name's Braun. They weld up and make a lot of their own custom land speed engines. Great stuff to watch. And that's Pete Ardema. I think it's 2 A's, AARDEMA, I think. But those guys are, one, they'll hurt your feelings because they'll probably get done with what they're doing before you get done with what you're doing. I've certainly evidence of that. But that process isn't as bad as everyone thinks it is. You just got to know how to TIG weld. So you should teach yourself how to TIG weld. Internet exists, and Harbor Freight is cheap. Okay. That gets all of that done. I may be down to cutting these water passages out and drilling these holes. So let's do that. $400,000, so I can do a circular pattern. Possibly. You have to get the special aluminum wire where the flux is inside and outside. God. Sometimes you really screw yourself on these things. 2.84 inches down. That's how far I have to reach to clear that. I can clear this one over here. Okay. We were talking about welding cylinder heads together, by the way. Will that do it? That one won't. Inch, quarter inch. Not that one. Tapered. Nope, that's the ball and no. No. Drills. Well, let's see if this one will get her done. Adaptive. Guess we'll do all the smiles first. V12LS deal. Yeah, getting custom crankshafts is tough. You're at the mercy of Sonny Bryant or Scat, whoever can make you a crankshaft if you can't figure out how to make one yourself. Which I have a really bad idea on how to do that. There's the old school way of just get on a lathe, excuse me, and get it done. But you're looking at hundreds of hours. Probably candlelight and water wheel driven lathes were a lot more fun to run. Now it just seems awful and tedious. Okay. This is where we want to use the ramp feature. 4 degrees is usually pretty good. Okay, that'll clear there. Just don't think it's going to clear that. Let's see what this generates us. Best way for a crank balancer? The one I have is a 1970s or 60s Stuart Warner. and all the electronics are blown up in it except for the sensing coils, and so we have oscilloscopes attached to the outputs, and we just kind of screwed around and got the ranges to where you can see the distortion up and down. They're technically an imbalance tester. They're not a machine that balances your crankshaft. So there's a lot of misnomers there that I think get lost in translation. But they're what do they call it? A single axis. Yeah, I guess they're single axis balancing to where you have. Is there something compliant around here? They'll have a bending beam arm, and this is flexible, and they have an adjustable node, and it's clamped solidly over here, so you can move this in and out, and you're supposed to bonk them for their natural frequency. Some have a natural frequency finder. Mine does not. So the main deal is you set it up with like a 5/8 gauge block, or a 5/16 gauge block under it. And you get it to where that'll just slip in and out. Pardon me. It'll just slip in and out, and that kind of sets your plane up of where your crank's approximately supposed to be. So if that's your crosshair of your crank, that's on rollers. And as you spin your crank up, when the heavy spot per this plane, and then obviously the plane that's on the other side of the crankshaft, when the heaviest spot goes from the bottom and rotates up 90 degrees, that puts the biggest impulse downward into that bending beam. And so when that goes down, if you have a strobe set up, you'll see that bending down is your heavy spot. So then you can go and either drill on that heavy spot or add weight to the other side. And sometimes you have to lead it or go behind that spot because you don't have area on that part of the crankshaft to make weight changes to. And sometimes if you have a heavy spot on one side, say if you got your circle and your heavy spot's here, right, you'll roll that up and you're going to go drill a hole there. Well, sometimes it's better to go drill like 55%, say 30 degrees off, and then 30 degrees off the other way, drill 55%. And that way you're taking a little bit more than 100% of what you think your amount is out, and you're spreading that more uniformly. You're not just trying to directly 180 across to fix it. Because if you typically do those, it starts screwing with the other plane. So that'll get better in that element when you balance, but it starts throwing it off, and it'll shift your center line of mass and all kinds of stuff around. Crank balancing is no joke, and if you think you're going to do it yourself, it's a fun physics experiment. If you're not up to it, go pay someone who has the machine that does a good job. Support them so that they're there when you need them. It's very important. Clean pocket. Do not. Okay, so I'm going to have to draw some. So do that one too. Okay. Sketch one of have I seen Nivlax Hot V LS build? Yes, I have. I have been laughing my ass off the whole time about it. He knows what he's doing. Guess that one doesn't really do. That's all that one needs. Okay. Oh, you didn't. I think he's got the coolant passages and stuff down. The intake ports might get mighty warm, and he may melt and blow them out at some point, especially with turbo boost. On the flip side, there's racing classes where people have used aluminum headers, and maybe they're ceramic coated, but they work, and he may be okay. And the less carbon he scrapes off the intake, the more free ceramic coating he's got on those intake ports, or I guess now exhaust ports. The port flow is going to be so terrible that, I'm glad he instantly went to boost to make sure that the horsepower problem isn't there. But it should be a good learning experience to see what happens when you have a 2-something inch intake valve, or a 2-inch something exhaust valve, and a 1.6 intake. But enough boost will fix about anything. Boom. Oh, let's go edit this one. Profile. This one. Profile. Save. Never hurts to save. Let's see. I don't understand the hot V thing. I get how it works. It's just like any other engine. So, what makes it so hypeable compared to any other system? Answer me that one, Batman. Okay, 8-into-1 headers suck, though. I know they sound cool. But they typically suck. To me, it makes all the engine sound like a V6. But you can still do that with normal. You just got to cut your car up. My uncle, who raced limited late model stocks in the 80s and 90s, they were doing that. As you sat in the car, the engine's off to this side. Well, I guess it's backwards on the camera or whatever, but you sat on the left side of the car, and the exhaust off the left side of the engine literally wrapped around in between him and the dashboard and the firewall. And you typically want 31 to 33 inches to the collector. And so there's more than enough room to go and achieve all of that. So the collector had to put some heat shielding in when they were playing with that in the 80s and 90s. And then doing guys are trying to do the rotation fire thing. And to me, that just is more of a sound. It's all audio at that point. Because you're better off, like the reason why tri-wise work, or even doing nice merge or proper like X pipes off of collectors that are convergent divergent. The whole point of the header is to put an even amount of vacuum or low pressure in the exhaust system for the next exhaust valve as it's shutting and the intake valve is opening, so that the overlap sequence on all 8 cylinders is equal. And as long as they're running more equal, you tend to make more power, and it smooths out the engine tuning. That's the actual benefit of it. If you wanted to do the whole 180 header thing, it's easier to set runner length on them too. I don't think it is. I think it's just as much of a problem as any other exhaust system that's more complicated than just running 2 headers to collectors and then all of a sudden achieves this wild new note. I think it made like 4 whole more horsepower, but it was more screwing with the competition than anything else. Thank you, Mr. Teeny Tiny Fox. I'll take all the luck I can get. But typically, like even Nivlax tuba snakes, there's not a lot. Like, there's so many bends to then get it to do the thing. Just put it on a flow bench and watch what happens. And most likely, the flow bench is the ruiner of all fascinating mental ideas. Always hurts your feelings. Sucks. Why is this out of date? Toolpath, out of date, in process stop. But toolpath. Generate. Oh. Zoom there. Rotate nice right. Not really. Four degrees seems a little fast. Okay, we're going to split this operation up because I don't need to use the long tool for all of this. That one, deleting that. Okay. Boom, boom. Boom those, ramp 2 degrees. Okay. That should be better. It does, the primary header tube length thing does change with RPM range. We have just found between most circle track and super, like not super speedway engines, but like half mile asphalt, where you're revving the engine from, it's got to start pulling at 3,500 RPM. That's got about 31 to 33 inches. The inductor just seems to make the most power throughout the most power range with the least amount of compromise. So I don't know if it's like, so when your fuel burns, typically you increase the intake temperature and like molar mass by 2.5 times in the exhaust. And I think the way the volume works out there is the header will hold about 2.5 times the amount of the volume per unit cycle of the engine. It holds the same amount of molecules, so the system is very balanced and it upkeeps the velocity through the system. That velocity tends to generate the best overlap sequence and get you your cleanest combustion chamber purge and best intake draw. So that's as close as I can come to, but so many engines have so many different profiles that if you take an injected engine where you can, injected like a sprint car engine where you have a tuned ram tuned length, right? The shorter you go, you can adjust your power band up and make it longer, and it'll make the engine build a little bit more torque and not run on the top as well. But usually we found when we get the engines at the least amount of compromise, the volume of the intake runner to the valve is about 2.5 times less than what's in the exhaust pipe. And That gets weird with carbureted engines because you have your runner length and then the plenum, right? Because that can add a lot. And then the carburetor venturi, that's where your differential of atmosphere initially is. So I have some numbers that I've seen all of my dad's engines that have done the best kind of maintain, whether they're supercharged or naturally aspirated. But that 31 to 33 inch thing is just a great starting point, and a lot of times it's just the right choice out of the box. I don't know if it's a sonic wave thing. I don't know if it's just it gives you enough header length into the collector to where all of those pipes, when one's firing and drawing a siphon on the rest, it's the most uniform. It's really hard to test this stuff at high speed, but the dyno don't lie. And if you're not making the cylinder pressure, you're not going to build the torque. It's not going to pull the needle up, and you're going to go, well, the other system looked cooler, or one's out of steel and one's out of stainless, and the stainless one makes 10 less horsepower come race day. Unless there's, hey, it's not going to last because it's made out of steel, like it's a mild steel exhaust on a turbocharged car. It's probably not going to make it in an endurance race. Whereas stainless will hold up. So you can always go and get the stainless to be shaped like that, but it's all spending money. The 31 to 33 inch deal, again, you look at sprint cars or like dyno headers, and you'll find that all of them fall typically in that range, and they'll go from 1.5 inches primary, typically step up to 1 5/8, or they'll start at 1 5/8 and they'll step up twice to like 1 7/8 or 2 inch at the collector. And typically the ones that step up to 2 inch at the collector, they go through a converging and diverging cone afterward to keep the velocity up. Helps atmosphere not intrude back up into the exhaust. .1. How much? Which fluid do I have here? Not 1. No, definitely not 1.1. About 3/4 of an inch. $600,000. This should be the same. $600,000. Okay. So I can cut to there. This one and do the same thing. Tool 9. I can go much quicker. Tool orientation. We'll chain 1. Click all these. That one, that one, that one. Okay. Angle drills are just such a pain. I'm glad I got that done. Okay. Gonna worry about this one last. This one I think I can get by being a dirtbag. Duplicate. What we're going to do is the stock to leave. We're going to leave like we'll go to full depth. Close, close, close. Select that profile, and that profile. Didn't do the depths, did I? Selection. All the way to there. This gets to start there. Okay. And okay. So our 180 degree headers ain't bad idea, I think. Just think about my drivetrain on my 944 where you scan everything so I can design my headers as a project to learn TIG. They're not a bad thing. I just don't. I know that you're going to be doing it more for the sound than the performance. And then, given that you're doing it for the sound, it is tough to get them to sound how you think. You need enough exhaust duration to open at the same time, and to get those things to really fill the exhaust system up. You have to be moving enough air and fuel and have enough, like, as you flow more air and fuel through the motor, making more power, the viscosity of that air comes up, and that changes how the sound propagates through it. And the more that becomes a tuned system sonically, frequency, how many times your exhaust valves are opening and shutting, and then what reverberations it develops in the exhaust system itself. That's kind of how you have to tune that. So like the build it yourself guys with that V10, they hit the magic note right off the beginning, and then they welded up their exhaust system with their muffler a little bit more, and it fell on its face. It lost that F1 pitch because the exhaust literally wasn't shaking like a speaker and producing the sound. That's where it's not very predictable. But I think if you design your system correctly and do your merge correctly, and you have enough metal and pipe afterward that can kind of match if your exhaust natural frequency matches the hertz from your engine, you're more likely to establish that trombone kind of sound. So, and then high RPM is your friend. So as a project, absolutely not. There's no better way to learn this stuff. It just be ready to have your expectations hurt and to continue to work on it to get what you want. And that's, man, watching a lot of people do this exhaust study stuff, that's my takeaway from it is be ready to be disappointed, get scientific about it, and be willing to not be lazy and make changes to it to get what you need. Because the last thing Formula One is doing is tuning them for sound, mind you. They're there for the mileage, they're there for the power. At least they were. Now they sound like lawnmowers. Oh, I guess I got to designate the bottom height to be the right bottom height. There we go. Which engine does your 944 have in it, Carter? I've always liked those 2.8 or the 944 that have the flared fenders. I will get one of those one of those days. I don't know if I'll fit in it. I'm 6'6", but I like the car. Okay, now we will approach the hard one. Duplicate. That's right, you already got an LS or LT swap. They'll work beautifully on the 4 1/8 bore. When you do that, you might want to look at getting a C5, C6, or C7 rear transaxle. You're going to get into the range where that little Porsche transaxle is going to be hanging on for dear life. I feel like tree drilling these is really the right thing to do. Doesn't change my strategy on milling them out, though. Okay, so the ramp on this one, you're going to do a lot less. 4 degrees, more like straight 0.5. Clear, 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 clear. There. think that's what it is. I'll flat bottom drill those. Let me look that up. Which Audi are those out of? Interesting. Source of transaction. Yeah. If you do the LT53 to 427 kit, instead of going 427, I know it makes a tick harder to find rods and pistons, but instead of going with the 4-inch stroke, go with the L8T crank, and it takes you down from 427 cubic inches to 413, 412, 413. But then you got a center weighted forged counterweighted crank, and that might be a great direction to go as well. That'll be more happy turning higher RPM. Gotcha. Because I think fitting a Trimac back there would be not all that hard out of the Corvettes. Or is it? Would the Boxster Porsche one fit as well? I know they don't hold a ton of power, but those have the engine and then ring and pinion and then transmission. I wonder if that would work. I think those are a 6-speed, right? Is that the transaxle T56 or the the standard position T56. Why is that starting a mile above the part? Yeah. Okay. Deleted, don't care. That number, get that. Okay, let those go. The output, version. Output is at the back of the transaxle. Stop to generate. Well, hit the save button just to be safe. Good to talk to you, dude. Again, don't be afraid to hit me up on Instagram and stuff. Just been working like 60 to 80-hour weeks, so I'm trying to get back back on the road of things here. I don't know if the insanity is done there yet, though. So we're moving forward with this. Hopefully, I'll be done with this. Maybe it's certainly not the final code, but this will run and make it part. And I got a couple of different ways that I can follow this up and improve it, but this lets me move on. I can move on from programming this damn cylinder head core and get to the rocker arms and get to the intake plate and start working on a valve cover and all the easier stuff to do. So thanks. And then again, don't hit me up on Instagram, dude. There's one other transaxle thing I came across. If it pops into my mind, I'll hit you up. Cross. Glitching out here. Radial stock. Don't want to be radial stock. Will do. That doesn't matter. Just those three. Pocket. Deeper pocket. That's what we need to find on the walls. Yep. Close chain. Not closed chain. just over an inch. Okay, I need to adjust that. So we're going to there. From here, negative 600. See if that collides. So I can probably drill that and then go through with the 3/8 and zigzag the shit out of it. Beautiful. I mean, that could technically work. Awful. Display oil opacity all the way down. Come on. Transparent. Yeah, I could be a turd in that. That's not how I do it. Okay. $10:20 at night. I'm getting sleepy. Logical thing to do is pack another Monster Energy drink. Delicious and refreshing. Duplicate this. seal, heights tab. Pretty much above the oval there. That gets into there. Okay. That, I'm pretty sure, will cause a collision. If this doesn't do it already. Okay, no issues. Let's actually see that. Closer, closer. I mean, that's obviously a problem right there. Maybe it isn't getting to it. There's no way. I mean, that's right down on it. We're going to go 500,000 of 600. Playing chicken. If I can get that pocket done, and get the quarter 28 and 1032 screws drilled and tapped under a thread mill, we're dialed. That completes this part. No deburring passes, but if you know me, that's no shock. You should expect that by now. and I don't need to go 5,000. Oh my god. Okay. Proper. Boom. There. There. That is unreal. And it's missing. I mean, come on. And it's not flagging that. Eesh. I guess we can offset that with 10 thou? More? Let's go 25. .5. Change that, it's going to blow up all the other cam. Just give it 30,000. Okay. I can't double tap with the flat bottom drill, but I can at least a single tap. Flat bottom drill them, or just go normal? Flat bottom drill long. Might just do that. using as points. Do the bottom one. Top one. I guess we're going to pick an order. It sucks. Hold top, selection. There, hold top. Super clear. Drilling, deep drilling. Including the drill tip. Nope. Good enough. We can do a little stand up and walk around while this thing loads. I'll be right back. from live streaming or just going to the bathroom? Thank you, Tab. Amazon. That's boom, boom, boom. It's rougher. I think that's it. Drill. Whatever. 2D. We got tool 3, tool half, tool 8. There we go. That's more like it. Two one that doesn't like to work. guess if I do that, it'll contain it all. That one will for sure hit. Bottom right, selection, all the way down there. Should be smart enough. Here, all three of them. Stop contours. Low. Cutting radius. 2000. Equal depths. Okay. How much flip do I have? Length. We'll say half inch. Giving me minimum step. Oh, screw this one. I'm going 3D adaptive. On any keyline pop. Okay, tool. Blah 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 blah. All we gotta do there. Heights. Selection. Going that deep. Offset 20,000. No. Selection. We'll go full depth. Finish does not matter here. And we'll say 10,000. Fine step down. 54. Order by area. Five, fine step down. Comfortable load. This one, 30,000. That's more like, okay. Area, start to leave, tend to leave. Minimum diameter. I'm up like 400,000 slot. Excuse me. 400,000 slot. So that's 2. It sucks. Calm that down then. What does that look like? Thank you. I accidentally re-edited. Okay. Dumb. There. Nothing like programming hours on end after working like a 70-hour work week where I programmed for 70 hours on end. No, I'm simple. I'm just letting you know how stupid I am. Come on. This is... It's working. Turning my fan up. .71 to 2.75. Let's see what the super fan does. The air out of the back of the laptop, you could cook a roller dog with. That's the third monster of the day, Dakota. Not the fourth. And yes, you did. Holy shit. Do you like the ones that are fresh and plump, or do you like the ones that are for like 3.5 to 7 hours? So I'm like a 3.5 to 7 hour kind of guy. And I'll eat that on the bun dry. Still no tool. There's no comparison to $40 at Taco Bell. You can't get certified grade F beef in that amount of concentration and nitrates from Taco Bell for $40. It's impossible. You're covered in chili kind of guy. Now I got a problem with you pull the lever and solid initially. So my question is do you get a tray empty and purge the solidified chili out to then get to the vat of more runny, disgusting chili above it? And then do you let it sit for with or without the stuff the flies eat? So you eat the chunky fly eating stuff first. Last. Is a 14 millimeter drill the right size? Or is that too big? Like this is like 550 is a good chili slurping size. There's no bean that can't make it through. What has more parasites? What kind of chili beans have you been eating? The small ones? We can go to we can go to Taco Bell and 7-Eleven right now. But I guarantee you, if I pull that chili lever, one, it'll look like you ate Taco Bell, and the aftermath of it will come out in the tray, and then large beans will come out and runny stuff. I'm not against roller dog psyop. Okay, now it's not my fault that the toolpath is empty. I wanted toolpath. I'm not getting the toolpath. Is Fusion smart enough to have a ramping feature? If we can't helically bore it, do we have to either have a pre-drill or a plunge? That's pretty dumb. Y'all should look up my favorite song by Brack from Space Ghost Coast to Coast. It's the song is called "I Love Beans." I mean, you have to keep your chickpeas and garbanzos separate. The lentil beans. Why is the boundary still selected from the toolpath that I deleted? Now, do you keep the wieners separate? Because we got the giant bite and we got the picante el bito. a message Big B33 F706 wiener and one bun as God intended. And wieners should be separated and not touching. Both were flagged. I allowed them. Talking about roller dogs here. Tab. I also have to approve the do you butterfly cut the wiener coverage? Only on like really ornate dogs. You gotta do. To me, I think it's kind of un-American to not like why would you package the hot dog into a cylinder form than just to cut it open? Like that, you should sell it like that if it was supposed to be like that. That can be misinterpreted. Doesn't Epic Mealtime, the Canadian dudes, don't they do a deal where they cook like a bunch of hot dogs, but they put them in the oven and like cast stuff? Like baked beans and wieners casserole. I'd go for some right now. Them beef dogs you talking about? If you have Bush baked beans and Frank's hot dogs, and then you soak them in Bush beer, what am I? That's what I'm doing. I'm wrapping the crap out of these things. Banquet? We got none in stock, brother. I did find this green bottle. It's very similar to that joint supplement stuff that I've been using. It's pretty good. Is this going to become a drink review? No, I think the well, hold on here. How many people does it say are watching this thing right now? People. Oh, it's 7 people watching. You know, there was 2 people watching before we started talking about beans, wieners, and beer. So this is what I was. This is way better than your banquet or what is. So that gets me rough down to there. I gotta dupe one more time. Roller get with the time. Getting a little bit of that chicken parm pasta. This one. Add stock allowance. God, lag is really irritating. Okay, that's looking. I think they passed out. Yeah, the adaptive boundary glowing green in my face. Got that to go away. Let's see. Careful draw on that plane there. Was it dropping to like 420 like P or what? Okay. And that'll do. But you Sam, the audio was not very clear. Was that way not now? I don't think. It's the kind of sentence that makes me have to like have an aneurysm. I already saw it. Crap! I missed one. Who put that there anyway? Let's see here. Oh, looks like I have to take out standard tool 20. Yeah, whoever drew this thing up is an idiot. Plenty of room. I don't know if it's over engineered. I've got no data on that one. This is the shit that I worry about. Why? I gotta search what the word caballo is. A horse. Hmm. Now we got her out. We got the old SR-71 shank rubber out. Pitch diameter offset. That's right. This thing's stupid. So it's 220. Yep. Backwards logic. Can you guess the crankshaft in the picture?
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's a pretty big crankshaft.
What crankshaft is it?
Never make fun of a man till you crank a mile in a shaft.
What do you think that is right there?
I only see
Oh, yeah, that's true.
three lobes, so I can't really tell. Take a wild guess and say it's for the Viper block.
You're damn right. So I got another crank in the corner. Let me see here. That right there, in all its glory, is the LAT crank. See that center counter weightedness right there? Yeah. And then over in the corner, in the plastic bag, that's a Sonny Bryant crank. Next to like a GM factory crank right there. There's just cranks for days around here. But
On a shaft.
Look at that thing.
On a shaft. For a man in his office.
Right there. That's the old Viper deal. Get this flipped back up around where it belongs.
Nice.
Oh, hey there. No, that doesn't work. Should I do it like Christian?
I got full. I drove 85 miles today with the new car.
And how little fuel did you burn?
I used less than 2 gallons. I think we're right at 2 gallons, somewhere around there.
They're pretty crazy for that.
I mean, it cost me $8 to drive multiple cities away, so I was pretty happy, and back. Better than what would have been $55.
And the crawler?
For what?
In the crawler?
No, in my truck.
Oh.
Normally it takes me, we were going to go visit Dia's family for dinner, and normally it takes me half a tank there and back.
And it was 2 gallons.
And now it was 2 gallons.
You could have stopped by every gas station and shook the pump into a cup and gotten that for free.
Yeah. I have some funny videos I need to show you in person from our the bachelor trip that I was just on. You find them pretty funny. It has something to do relating to that. Frugalness.
Frugalness to stupidity.
Yeah. How many tool paths are you simulating right now?
So this is the technically done besides like deburring shit. Like this is like tooling solved tool path can technically run.
Well, here's the thing. That means you finish because you're a slow programmer who doesn't deburr his parts.
Exactly. The programming's done. Like it's just the crap that like the shit that like Rob does.
Might be in your best interest to just do all the secondary programming just in a different model or a different file.
Did I did, sir? See how
I mean, like your deburring and crap like that, where there's no, because you don't have excess material, so it don't really matter.
Gotcha. I have to determine how much I want to destroy with the deburring pass in the first place. There's a lot of shit that's almost better just like running a file over it and leaving features sharp, because a lot of them get closed off upon assembly. A lot of O-ring passages and surfaces that I do not want to degrade.
Yeah, but I'm a whore for big sexy chamfers.
Yeah, but they don't work. They just don't work in that case. Or I can make the chamfers and those features bigger and make the performance of the head smaller like everyone else.
Yeah, true. You can also just leave chips in the head and then blow up engines like Toyota did.
I don't know if that's worse or better than GM with the LSs. You know how like the cam bearings are typically to copper?
Mm-hmm.
That's not from like some excessive camshaft wear or anything. What they do is the blocks are so out of alignment and they shift so much after they're cast that they put extra thick rod bearings in them or cam bearings in them, and then they rebore the cam bearings, which means the oil holes and everything is there, and they recut the babbitt to a true bore. And those chips, although they try to blow them out, don't all get out. And that is the main progenitor of lifter tick, is those chips go directly into the lifters and jam up the lifters.
That's one thing I didn't need to go do. I had noticed today, after I was bleeding the coolant system for the third time in a row, that this 4Runner has pretty bad lifter tick. But what older Toyota have horrible lifter tick?
Well, I don't know if that's lifter. Aren't those a direct acting? It's a V6, right?
Yeah, let's look.
I think they're direct acting pucks. Rob, some toolpath is not happening. This is the simulation. I make the toolpath. I'm the slow programmer who doesn't deburr his parts.
Is it direct impact?
Direct acting.
No.
At least something is happening. Rob, I showed you my big crankshaft. God.
Direct action. They are direct actuation. Him and bucket. should probably turn the comments back on. I was bantering with Rob, but I kind of stopped.
Just ditched him.
Well, no, I stopped looking at my phone. I went to the couch and put it on my TV and started drinking again.
I like how Ricky Berwick does his sleep streams. But this is the real way to just pass out. Just ASMR. The problem is just every once in a while, randomly, you'll hear the table get slammed and me yell, "Fuck!"
See, I think the problem is if I pass out drunk watching you cam things, I'm going to wake up and have a fucking nightmare of the shop. Which, is not uncommon.
You're trying to program fusion in your mind, but only hypermill's working in your mind. No, not contour on a 3D model. No.
I can't tell you how many times, like, when we have, like, really, like, horrible, like, stressful, like, 70-hour week, you know, thing where it's, like, everything is a deadline that's absolutely ridiculous, and then you're staying up, like, I normally wake up with the initial guides and stay up late with you during those weeks. And then I'll, like, you know, I'll fall asleep, and it's just, like, dream after dream of just the machines crashing, and then we're not able to do anything.
We're headed there. The really cheeried out Hermleys we know will not be the same in a year.
I still really think we should have a cam off. Like with the lifters. That would be actually kind of fun. And then there has to be like consequences, like quarterly consequences. Like, all right, after like the first like 20 minutes, whoever's like furthest behind has to like, or the winner, the person who's ahead has to like take a shot or something to hinder them.
Yes. Make them lock in harder.
Yeah.
Did you like my slogan for our radio show?
Where it was. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I think that would be fun because there's that one dude, what's his name? Toby or something? Toby Two-Tone.
Unsure.
Let's see here. Try not to dox myself while I look this up.
I know when I went to IMTS, the Fusion booth was actually having program off, or like cam offs.
Taco Man? Who's that?
It was, what?
jokes. Max's video just popped up.
Oh, technical.
Oh, look what popped up.
It's not showing the screen.
It will in a sec. There's a.
Oh. Woo.
Dude, this dude here, the moment. Let me see. I don't want to click on his video. I want to just go to his channel. This freaking nerd. He like terrorizes everyone on the engine stuff. And like right when I came out with the first video, he popped out with this one. Because he's got this weird fucking theory. And then if you watch this video, it's hilarious because he almost like gave himself a heat stroke and like, it's like, bro, you're trying too hard. But he tends to piss off a lot of people in the industry, and he's not exactly right. Where is the cam guy? Dang it.
Yeah, but when I went to the Fusion 360 booth over at IMTS, they were having, like, every day they'd have, like, 2 of their apps engineers face off against each other. Seemed like a good time.
Yeah. I wonder if they're getting frustrated with their software.
Probably with their support. That's what happens when you outsource all your support to, never mind.
To another country. Like, okay, the Too Tall Toby. T00 Tall Toby. He does CAD and cam offs. There's like homies all over the world doing this. Like, getting after it. And I think they like weigh the model when it's done.
Oh, I have seen this before, yeah.
It's kind of interesting.
Caddy Sports.
Yeah, I like that. Leave some chips in this thing. I like that idea.
Yeah, leave some chips in it.
How many chips you leave in her? Look at this fucking thing.
Once again, it is time for another beer. So that car I bought, it's an auction car. Which kind of scares me about registering it, but I think I'll be able to figure it out. Here's the thing, I also bought it for $3,500, so I'm not really worried about it at all. It's a fairly cheap commuter car, I feel like.
Dude, they commonly go for like $5,000, so you did good.
Yeah, but I think the reason, well, it has an aftermarket cat on it, so it kind of has to get hot swapped.
Yeah, say that on the live stream. That's great.
Yeah. I live in Colorado.
Yeah.
Or Utah, whatever the joke is that he uses. Utah. Yeah. But, yeah, definitely won't pass visual. But there's also a sketchy strong shop right next to my house, so. Yeah. Then I'm more worried about the auction registration, but I'm going to try to take care of that all tomorrow. I'm going to take off some time and go get this car fucking registered.
Do they not have the title in hand?
No, I have the pink slip and everything.
Okay.
But
You should be good then.
The more annoying part is that I can't go through AAA. The only reason I bought AAA was just so I didn't have to go to the DMV. Because you can like register your car in there and everything.
Right.
But apparently you can't do it with cars that are from auction.
Really? So what's the point of that then? Like, the auction's too sketchy?
I don't know.
We're down to 3 watching. We gotta get the beans and wieners back up.
Yeah, you cannot. Yes, AAA can handle standard vehicle transfers of ownership, but they cannot process vehicles that are involved with special auction or lien documents. Lien sale documents.
Gotcha.
So I mean, once it's transferred into my name, then technically, once I sell it, it'll be fine. But this car also has a kind of a little bit higher mileage. It's 220,000.
It's just broken in.
Yeah. I probably should buy the Carfax for it to see what actually things have been maintained, especially if it's from auction and it's probably a fleet vehicle of some sort.
Is that getting too close? I feel like that's getting too close with the refer.
Getting too close to what? I don't know. I mean, you're selling the tool. You just stick out the tool by an extra 50,000. Or you're already bringing out the long tool. Just raise it 50,000 that tool path. Yeah, dude, that's kissing it.
That's like too close, right?
That's such a line from Madagascar. It's like nice and easy. You know, just like you're kissing your sister, and then he just fucking crashes the plane really hard.
I would have to see the movie. Say it. So that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's touching. Are you using that tool for corner radius?
Nah, just ramping down contour. So same thing with this one, right? Where we got this terrible.
I meant, can you use a bigger tool, therefore it's longer?
No. It is designed to have a 1/4-inch tool in there.
Oh. Can you stick out the 1/4-inch tool by another 50,000?
Yeah, I'll have to.
How are you going to do that hole right next to the tumble wall? Did you ever address that?
This one?
Yes, that one. The one that I called you a dirty little shank rubber.
So I can drill it. I'll just hand tap it afterward.
Boring. What's the risk in that?
I have to chase all the threads anyway because I'm not going to spend time dialing in the thread mill. I'm just going to have a nice, like, decent way to, like, get the threads in there so I can chase them quickly. Okay, there we go.
What if you just do a preparatory code where you just take like a 1x1 and you drill and thread mill it to get your wear offset. And you can just have perfect holes.
Ew. Why is that one going deeper? You see that? That's crashing the thread mill.
Yeah, that's what thread mills are for, dude.
Doing it there? I even told it to stay off the bottom.
Just drill deeper.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Or not thread it as deep. That was tool 9. That was getting creepy. Move. Jesus.
Are you using the standard tools from,
As much as I can, yeah.
like, the standard ones that are already in the 1000?
Yeah.
What a guy.
That's the one where we're going too deep. Yep. So can I switch that for something else? Unprotect all this shit. Tool 9.
Oh, try tool 11. Wait, is it tool 11? Tool 15, I think, is the square end mill. That one has roughly lengths.
13?
Is it 13? It's been so long since I programmed this machine.
It's got 1.3 versus
1.3 stick out. The flute length's 1 inch. And then the flute length on tool,
1.1.
whatever, 9 is 3/4.
So I'll just switch both of these. Boom, boom. Easy as beans and wieners. So is this like offset in the wrong direction?
It might be like a positive axial offset.
Boom.
Is Rob still here?
I don't know. He may have checked out of the hotel.
Late. And I have 2 devices on this, I think. You can't really tell.
He may be well.
Maybe 2 of these 3. I can't tell if you have a device up as well.
Body in the chat by
Yeah. The Undertaker.
those motherfuckers are talking shit. Sometimes I get the Indonesian homies in here. Pretty cool. It'll be funny as this continues And if I can grow and foster being able to practice, to I'm looking so forward to it. Just
Am I just training you?
yeah, well, it's just practice, right? But then, like, I can't do this all on my own. I anticipate tearing you in one way or another, and like, have you seen like Skunk 2's attitude towards stuff? Skunk 2, they do a lot of really fun.
I don't think I've seen them before. Just make sure I.
Worth following on Instagram. They are
2 Racing.
Yeah, Skunk 2 Racing. They are.
You know, it's crazy. They're less than 10 minutes from where I live.
Gotcha. You should walk in and act like a Honda bro, and you'll get flamed. They're so mean to their Honda boy customer base. It's amazing. I'm not saying that we need to be as hard as them, but you should be ready for it.
Oh boy, they have some chain covers.
They're actually the best like intake manifold. Got very good cam pro engine science. And
I like how they have just like a it looks almost like a stock Civic, but you can tell it's been fully gutted and hasn't changed. But like you take a quick glance, you're like, oh look, that 2009 Civic is on the racetrack.
yeah, they're trying to like downplay how fast their shit is now. It's funny.
Okay, billet engine mounts. Other steering.
Dude, I really like this 16 millimeter, 100 millimeter, like ER11 extension on Amazon. It's pretty nice. Should have got that one when I was ordering it.
Yeah, actually, I think I also bought one of those to make this really sketchy part at one point. Like, had to hand load it for every single path.
Is that long one?
Yeah, you used to be an ER2, was an ER16 extension that was like 8 inches long or something like that. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the part he used to run it on was in the 750, and I don't remember if I was 11. I think I had it.
This thing done? God.
I hate billet throttle bodies. I feel like doing billet throttle bodies is such a nice addition to a engine bay.
They are nice. Some stuff, it's like, oh, you want to get it all ornate and like super efficiency, and then other things just provide benefit by being chunky billet, like ultra solid engineered parts.
I mean, yeah, I feel like
And the throttle body,
as long as the inside's fine, it doesn't really matter. I think a lot of it comes down to, like, for a throttle body, the only benefit you get is it's bigger, right? Actuation mechanism, if it's more responsive.
and then I think the other advantage is if you have a car that's touchy, you can screw with the linkage, right? If you have precision linkage, you can ratio your throttle plate to where it opens much slower initially, and then past half throttle, they're basically wide open. So then it's a short throw to open it, all the way. That's what we do on the sprint cars to make them far more controllable.
Yeah, I think what I was going to say was I just really prefer billet things because I think they're sick.
It is funny to see some engine bays where people just go so hard in the paint with everything billet that they wind up adding like 200 pounds to their car.
Yeah, I mean, you can also be very tasteful with it, like the BDX Bird guy who does he does an E36 that he crashed and he just started throwing billet at everything. Full front tube chassis. He's gone so far to even make like billet door handles.
That's one thing I have to solve on my Corvette. I ordered replacement door handles because my driver's side broke, but I think the early ones are different than the later ones. And I never like how jank all like the window track inside is anyway. Come on, load. I want the stock model. I want the sim to stock model. Please. I want to be driving home at 1. Three clicks down. Okay, verification has started.
This picture on Instagram from a police station. He goes, if your teenage child knocked out a homeless man, then put a firework up their ass and lit it, congratulations, you're trash and you fail as a parent.
I don't know if I can agree with that. It depends on what the person did.
It sounds like a teenager knocked out a homeless guy and put a firework up their ass.
We're going all the way up to 2,800. I want the stock model bad, Dakota. Realize I have as much time in programming this thing for this Haas 1000 that I do drawing all of the rest of this shit.
Like actually designing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's programming this thing's a bitch.
And then all the weird crap with Fusion I've discovered, like, that's pretty invaluable knowledge. Like, I don't know anyone that's done something like this on Fusion and come across the battles and, overcome the freaking shortcomings as well. I think people just give up really easy anymore. That's a bit of RAM for Fusion, I do think.
Just a tad.
$20,000 kilobytes. Yeesh.
I really love the flock camera, dude. It's so funny.
Isn't it not an issue? Like,
No, it is an issue. I just think it's very funny, like, how people didn't recognize it sooner, and now there's just this big uprising.
Like, what's the main issue? The fact that you can easily hack them?
I think it's the mass surveillance. I was supposed to do an oil change this morning on this car, and I bought some oil filters because I was going like all the restore protecting it because it is a higher mileage engine, and it's kind of lower on the lower side of oil, so I haven't shoved the bore scope in it yet, but I assume it has some pretty bad carbon deposits in it, and so I wanted to have a better oil filter in there. And I ordered them, and they're supposed to come this morning, and I got up at like 6 a.m. to start doing this oil change, because at 6 a.m. it's still 80 fucking degrees over here.
Yeah.
And Amazon for some reason it keeps on randomly like changing my shipping address, and it shipped it back to my parents' house. I cannot tell you how mad I was this morning. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like everything for the car stuff was just done fucking so wrong today.
The fact that your radiator cap just fell apart. It's pretty goofy.
It fell apart. I think it fell apart is one thing. It fell apart and injected itself all inside the radiator.
Ooh, that is a bent up sprint car chassis. Dang. You see that thing? I'm sending it to you on the gram.
I'm looking at it.
Chassis are not structurally intelligent.
All the comments are from this group. I find that hilarious.
Oh. Okay, what chassis make is it? Let's take a look. So if it's a triple X, it's going to get roasted. Can't really tell. Oh. Progress bar. Go to there. Lay yourself out. Okay. Bottoming out on the holes anymore? No. And no. Okay. Here you go. Just historic moment right here. Completed.
Windmill passes. Now it's tool 9. I guess now tool 13.
We'll go zoom to it. Core ST. Oh, so refreshing. Okay, hold on. Yeah. That's a spaz out here. I wish when you clicked over here, it would like update. I guess it kind of does. Tool 13. Through there, so all that's going to be down there. Contour 15. Jesus Christ. That's better.
It's my house.
Cool. That is a monumental moment. That is 7/27 was the day I was 1/10 done with this project. So, no. Well,
Yeah, like I said, since Family Dog decided to comment on how the guy is pushed to the individual.
I didn't know you called like an hour ago.
Yeah, that's crazy. I've already had 4 beers. Guess what? I got drunk and purchased last night.
uh, something that consumes chicken poop and brass.
Oh, that's purchased. I purchased a half horsepower air mower,
Oh,
like one of the
I don't want to be overheated anymore. 9,000s.
yeah, passed by one Home Depot the other day. Fuck, I'm gonna use this for the garage. For some reason, my garage right now is like, it is always hotter than what it is outside. Looking good.
Let's see here. Up that back. Jesus Christ. Damn it. I suck at this computer thing.
So during this Facebook Marketplace car interaction, I had a very weird experience. So I went to the bank, pulled out $5,000, right? I could tell the lady to separate $3,500 of it in one envelope. I want the $1,500 in the other. She does that. Sweet. Sounds good. Drive over to the Facebook place. Test drive the car, do all that. Go to lunch. Tell the guy I'm gonna think on it. Finally, like, yeah, I think this one is worth it. You know, it's pretty clean for the price, and the envelope counts it because you're $100 short. Fuck. Alright, that's fine. I'll meet you Monday and give you the other $100 cash. And I also counted also $100. I come back, I check the other envelope. It has $1,500 in it. Where the fuck did this $100 go? I want to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. I mean, like, you know, maybe there's $100 bill stuck together somewhere, but like, it just sucks. Now I'm gonna be paying $3,600 for this car, and that seems too expensive.
All right. Well, man, I think we're about there.
I think you get a celebratory kill the bottle of Jaeger, but
Yeah, but I got to drive home, so that won't happen.
never mind.
The herbal liqueur was just a prop.
Well,
And that's the way it is. Boom.
no stock in any weird areas that you've noticed so far spinning it.
No. It's been like this has been freaking thorough. Like there's areas of like I designed something dumb, like there, that I do not care about. But literally there's no stone left unturned with the angled holes, with all of the, like everything.
So, how many tools does this program use?
So I believe I kept this thing in the tool changer.
In the 15 tool changer.
Yeah. So yeah, I started at tool 3. So this is what's used in this op, right? Versus the op 10. But I am up to 50, and the only break, right, 50, 39. There's 25 to 20. And then
Yeah. But those are standard tools.
those are technically standard tools. And then there's like tool 2 and tool 1. So I have like 10 extra. So I could have barely gotten away with 40. And I'm sure as things go on, I will be adding more and more tools that are like custom made to absolutely take the time out of this thing.
Yeah,
I
with that, you're going to be removing tools though, too.
Possibly. It may be just better to just, like the tool change deal. If I get crazy with it, right? Like, see if we can crash this bitch. Right, if I get in here and go, like, if I stop forcing home position on index, reduce these down, which that's what's hard with this is we don't have a great VM for that, right? Like like the safe retract deal.
Yeah.
And there's some on this job that I had to lower the stock, my rabbit heights below the part to get it to clear. And I'm not stoked on it, but I think there's a lot of shit that, like, if I do get Freesia ruffers and some other stuff, I can take a lot of time out. Even like, oh, come on, you bastard. The, even hogging through the ports, the right tool holder and Freesia and circular interpolating those, or, you know, getting a minimum sketch and then just ramping down each of the holes, there's a lot of time to be saved in a bunch of different areas. And some of the roughing that I do may not be necessary. I'm like over cautious on this because I don't want to wad up any tools.
Yeah.
Did I hit OK instead of cancel?
Sorry, what was that?
I'm wondering if I hit OK. Oh shit. I think I hit OK.
What?
The RAM almost went to like peak. Look at it, because I went into the post processor. So it's.
What tooling are you missing right now?
My only missing tool is that 70 thou, like going from like a 220 thou shank to 70 thou end mill.
And how much is that tool? $35?
No, it's more than that. I've got that one. Harvey.
Yeah, is that one of the Harvey tools?
I need a bigger shank because it has to stick out like 3 or 4 inches.
It's a custom ground, or?
Yeah. Remember the Rob Jack quote? It was in that Rob Jack quote.
Oh, like $100.
Yeah.
That's the only one.
For
the second operation.
First and second. I'd like to show you, but my RAM is all the way full now.
Yeah.
This is a problem.
Did you have a lead time for that? Or?
I don't. I haven't. So because I've been trying to save my ducats, I've not been buying freaking anything. So, because I do want to get the lollipop still, because if I program this in Hypermill, then the lollipop becomes far more available. And I kind of need to get the Haas 1000 Amazon tool holder set in as well, right? Like, if I can't get any tooling, then I'm going to have to go and replace all the standard tooling as well. And that will change the way I program it on Fusion and Hypermill. Now, I'd like to get old Kevin to fix the frickin' Z-axis issue with the optimizer, because I'm fairly confident that this thing can get, one of these heads can get cut in like
4 hours.
Well, like 10 first and second op. At least, like, you should be able to make 2 heads a day. It's going to be pretty dedicated, 12 path, think like brother kind of machine gun machining.
Yeah.
But I want to get them out and done and have that be safe first.
guess.
and then speed it up.
What's your expected timeline to run your first one?
Gotcha. Really depends on when. So I have two different roads to that, right? One road is I make them from scratch on the Haas 1000. The other's direction is a combo of I do them at my shop on and finish my trunnion table, or there's a rocker fixture that I have drawn up, right? Because like this fixture here goes on the exhaust side, whenever the string catches up. I have a fixture that goes on the rocker arm side, because all of this shit is done on the 7 heads that I have right now. So goal is to have that fixture done and then finish that in either the Hermleys or the 1000, because it'll bolt onto my dumb block fixture here with my Wang work holding. And that's probably the way I need to go, is focus on what I got and finish it. And then, you know, I got rocker arms to make, shafts to make, the stanchions to remake. I really do think I hit the wrong button on the post processor. Son of a bitch.
Chance at this point. John, I'm about to fall asleep. I gotta go to bed. I still gotta get up and be at work at 8.
So to answer your question, it's kind of like I'm not in a, as bad as I want to get them running, I'm not going to run it down any stupid roads. It's more important to get the 1000 in here. It's more important to keep doing the work that I would have wished I did when I had the chance to.
That's pretty interesting. I need to hop back on and finish programming Stein.
Now that they've backed off, that was the time to strike.
Backed off, so I got more parts.
Well, the whole production push. Oh, Ram's coming down. Ram's coming down.
Alright, well, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds good, dude. Get some rest.
See you.
Later. Oh, Ram's going back. I guess I could look back in the stream and see if I hit OK versus cancel. If the computer starts glitching out, it's because we've been before and it hates it. Bad. This thing blue screens. Oh. There we go. We did it. Error report. I finished my OP20. Goal completed. Have a great night. Thank you all. Gotta end it by crash and fusion. It's the only way to go. Big accomplishment. I'll tailor up the fixings on that and get it posted out one by one, just like I did the OP10. And I can now move on to making the fixtures. And that's a big step. Thanks for doing it with me. Catch y'all later.